Hello, hello. How's my volume? Okay. Let's see how we interact here as we push down into 182 to 176 on ES. We want to see a bid step in here. As we push down into this liquidity. What did I just do? Can someone post their settings for footprint? I had to restart all my charts or reset all my charts when I flashed my hard drives. So like all my charts are a little odd. Thank you. That's for NQ. Do you have the ES one? Alright, my NQ one should be good. I just am unsure on the ES. Thank you. Okay. That's what I thought. I'm glad that I know. Alright. Why are my candles not loading for NQ though? Oh, because I'm on the wrong contract? ES still bidding where we thought it would. NQ just coming back down to previous day value low here. So as we push down into this, I'm just going to continue to be looking for ES to be bought here as NQ comes down into these lows. I'm taking off my first risk here on ES as we push up into previous day POC here from our 180 to like so. It's 10 points on ES from our zone of control as we push up into our target. This is POC to value of our previous candle, just where our sell side sits, as well as previous day value. And we'll see if we get a continuation here. If we can get back over this, or if this is where our offer sits, unsure. If we can get back inside value on NQ, we'll have a pretty good chance, as well as if ES can find a bid as we push up into these highs. If we can recover Friday's POC and bid here, then we can look up same thing on NQ. Look below value, look back in value, bid value, rotation up to value high, something like that. I'm just holding a runner now. I've taken off 2 ES contracts, looking to see if we can now traverse through our profile here. This is NQ into its 30-second opening range low at 400s. See if we can find a secondary here as we met our seller on ES as we pushed up into POC. We're now watching to see how we interact here. Can we now hold as we push into like 190, 192? If we can, then maybe one more leg up. If not, then that's all we get. So that's your full move on NQ now that we've recovered value, and then we've rotated up to POC, and then POC to our value high, just like we talked about. So that's now the full rotation of this distribution. We are going to need to do some work here if we're going to go any higher. This is testing into Friday's POC to value, right? Right into this high of this node. So if we're going to go any higher, we're going to need to see this flip if we are going to go up anymore. Now that we've bounced here. Same thing on ES. As we push up into this 198, 200, this is your next target. If we can flip it and build, awesome. If not, right, then there's been no change in these highs. So my screenshot button is not working, so I have to figure out what to do on this new PC. What do I do about that? Because Windows Shift S is not screenshotting. Why is it not screenshotting? Yeah, I can. I had to make a new chart. Sorry. I don't know if I like this chart setup, so I don't know if I want to share it, but I guess I will. So that's our first trade of the day there, based off of what we have on chart. That's 3 ES into our highs. Copy link. Here you go. And again, we have to be very aware of where we are on NQ, pushing into these highs. With this offer above at 410. This looks good still on the 15, but we have to be aware of the supply that we have here. Maybe a pullback to this POC here for retest at 68s first. Now that we've hit. Let's see what we do. We're keeping an eye on this area here for a bid. Yep, that's all it takes. Nicely done, Jason. Good bid off of NQ, off our POC from our today's profile holding so far. Again, we have to get over this 410 for anything new, or we're kind of screwed here. We bid POC. We need to build above value if we're going to continue higher, or we will rotate this very tight range that we've created. I said good job, and then I said we have to get over 410 on NQ for more. I believe that's all I said. Or we're going to continue to reject our PVZ value high after bouncing our PVZ mid. So let's wait and see what we do here. Just watching as we push down into our 15-minute POCs from our previous candles here. NQ has a bid at 68 to just this low where we've highlighted this 80 to 60 area. So we're watching to see if a buyer can be found or if this is going to flip. We want to see if liquidity is down here after our response from our last candle. And it looks like they're still here, right? But we got to get over this 410 if we're going to build higher. So just we're keeping an eye on this, or if this is going to continue to reject and make these lower highs and then get below for rotations down further. Just like we talked about. And ES is continuing to build where we thought it would for the higher low at Friday's POC, right? Okay, so this is what that looks like. On chart, so you can just see where we absorbed into those lows and how we're trying to create a secondary here into these highs. So we're really watching to see if we can now build here above this 92 guy, or if we're going to fail to trap. But it is incredibly important that we now find someone, just like we did into these lows. If we can now find someone to try to bid this and then trap into these highs for then a continuation higher, right? Because if we fail here, then we have a very clear understanding of our range, which will be like between this guy, and then we'll just, you know, rotate back and forth over and over and over again. So really important that we find some sort of absorption here, and we don't have to fully retrace, because if not, then we're gonna be screwed. So current battle is between this 198 participant and this 192 participant, and we're trying to build out a node here, and then look above, and then go on our merry way above this 198 200. So we're looking for our secondary buyer above that after absorbing here for a higher low. That's the current plan on ES. We'll see if it happens or if these guys fail, and then we're gonna have to rotate back down to like 184, 186 to retest these guys here. Nothing yet. As we push down into this on ES at 188, really keeping my eye on this. As we push into our value low in the day. Again, we've rejected and we've put down lower highs across the board from our previous resistance, and we need to see if we're going to do anything new here, or if we're just going to fully rotate. We're waiting for that bid to step in. I'm watching to see if this little look below value is going to fail. This is our 30-second opening range here on ES. I'm going to try a small long here as we push in. Again, we're looking to see if we can make this absorption happen. So it's NQ into our value low on the daily. Buyers showed up where we need, but we need to see them now push over 198 for really anything new, or this is just going to be a retest of our daily POC here at 195 from testing our value low. 50 seconds till new 15s. Flat POC open here on ES. Still not convinced either direction from buyers. Sell side is still trying to push us down here at our 192 and 184 area, but we're really trying to absorb here for a higher low. Again, I'm just watching to see if, as we push down into this low, if we can find a bid here, or if we're going to have to traverse back down to these 183s. We're still holding where we need on both NQ and ES, which is our value low. There's no way you can short your value low unless we're below and reoffering. So I'm just watching to see what we do. We took a profit on our long into our highs here, where we identified our offer. And we're now watching to see if this creates a absorption here. Secondary buyers step in to defend this edge after we took our initial bid here at our 183, or if we're going to fully revert and just trade within this balance. So we'll see what happens. Market kind of died. Watching to see if anyone steps in now that we're retesting these lows. No, the reason why we care on ES here is this is our 30-second opening range high here at 189, as well as our value low on our current profile. Well, I have an AIO pump on my CPU, and in the BIOS they had the CPU fan still detecting. So I like at home, and it was an immediate error when I tried to just turn it on, because it was like, "Yo, your fan is below the minimum. Like we can't detect it." And I was like, "What is going on, man? Like what is this?" So I started panicking, and then I realized that they just like never turned off the sensor for the CPU fan, because, and I have an AIO pump, so I just turned that off, and then we were good to go. So yeah, but I freaked out for a second. Yeah, I guess so, which is like kind of concerning. But it should be like illegal to not turn on the PC before I pay after giving it to them and like leaving, you know? Like, what do you mean? Like, show me that your work actually led to something. Yeah, well, I mean, they said they did, but I don't know, man. Bid is holding where we thought it would, 189 on ES, just pushing back up to POC here. See if we do anything new. Same thing on NQ. Nothing new. Just chopping while we slowly wait and see if we can build at our value edge. I'm trying to like keep this clean as possible while still showing what I want, but it's very hard. So we're bouncing off our 30-second opening range on NQ, on ES here, as well as our value low, and we're trading up into previous day POC, right? So as long as we're continuing to hold this 189 low and finding a bid, we should be able to push back up into this 195, 197. But still just in a downtrend, still holding our lows. So nothing new, still in a bearish bias here, but with a higher low being built from our initial bid, right? So we did what we needed to off of our initial bid on the day where we played this up into these highs. We're now in a downtrend after rejecting Friday's highs, and now POC is holding as resistance here after a bounce at our 30-second opening range and our value low. So if we can't get back over this POC, we're going to be in for some trouble. So we need to continue to see a reactive bid here at our 189, 186 area. If we can do that and get over this 195, then we can start to head back up and work through the supply that sits up here into 197 to 200. That's the only way we get expansion on the day. We're bidding where we need, but we're not seeing movement from that set area, right? That's the issue right now is there's just not a lot going on. We need to get back above to our daily POC from our hold down here. just like don't have enough room on this monitor, man. It's very annoying. A terrible injury. We haven't moved on price in like 5 minutes. If you have a 3 to 5 second delay, you should not be trading. I don't know what you're doing. If I got filled 5 seconds after I pressed the button, I would immediately have closed that position and waited until my internet was better. I don't know what you're doing, but that you cannot trade with Edge if you have a 5 second delay. No change. Just waiting to see how we interact here into our 30-second opening range. On ES, still holding, just trading back down to POC of our bid for the higher low. We're trying to absorb into this area and then break this downtrend. Downtrend still intact from our highs where we took profit on our longs, and now just in a channel down with sell side, just slowly taking this thing down as we push. Need to get back into value here, or this will be a rejection across the board. This is NQ trying to trap below and get us back inside value for another rotation. So if we can find a bid here, we're in a very good spot. ES never been validated, just in our 30-second opening range, just trying to absorb into this low. We're watching to see if NQ and ES can find this bid here back inside value for rotations back up, or if this is going to fail. Again, we are trying to trap liquidity below value, and then we're trying to find secondary buyers back inside value for rotations back up on a balanced day for a higher low. If not, then we'll reject and find some sort of shift here on our daily profiles and then rotate back down to Friday's value low. A failure here at a mid of our range. This is the mid, this is the high, this is the low, We need to see a very clear bid and then get us back up if we're going to do anything new, trapping this liquidity down here, which is what we just did. Again, there's no short unless we're below. Taking off some risk here as we push. Just trapping liquidity. $30-second opening range held on ES. Rotations back up to our supply high into 97 to 200 where we filled. Full value rotation, no change. NQ trapped liquidity, found bid, back inside value, rotation back up to our value high. Same as before, but with a slight higher low on our higher time frame on NQ and ES. Yeah. And our overall offer still maintains 410s. That's, remember, 400 is your 30-second opening range on NQ, So all we're doing here is just rejecting our 30-second opening range into our highs as well as our value edge. And until we get over that, we are in a balanced market with slight higher lows. I'm not really trying to highlight these. I just want to maybe dots for these. See if we find secondary buyers here on POC retests after our value rejections, or if nothing's going to change and we'll just rotate back down. So what, again, all we've done is trade up to our value high after recovering our value low. So what should we be expecting from buyers here? Well, we want to see them interact here as we push back into this, and then get us over. If we can do that, then this liquidity is then confirmed trapped below, and we have secondary buyers now not only just squeezing this liquidity from below, but now willing to bid at a higher price, keeping and maintaining this liquidity offsides below. That's the goal, is can we now maintain this edge as we push down into it, or is this going to trap on both directions and there's going to be no change? So it's really important that we watch to see what happens here now into our value edge to let us know after we hit supply once again. It's the same thing on ES. It's the same trade. It's just a failure to look lower and balance inside our profile. Clear higher time frame supply above and clear higher time frame demand below, and now secondary buyers stepping in at a higher price in between these two levels, which is what we were expecting. Everything flagging. NQ finding its bid at our value low, pushing back into POC on our current daily profile. Two-sided. Bidding where we wanted. Watch as we risk off into 380 here. This is POC on the daily off of our value low. Same thing with NQ. Value low maintaining, pushing back up into our highs. I mean, there's nothing new here. We're just trapping liquidity below us. You can see it on footprint very clearly. We held where we needed to from our liquidity down here. POC held, rotating back up. It's very important that we bid over yesterday's previous day, our Friday's session value high, or there's nothing new. right? It's just a value trade from a look below. All we've done is trap liquidity, rotate back up to our highs. New 15's opening now. And 195, 197 is your first risk off on ES. There's nothing new until we can get over that very clear supply willing to take in there. So we're in a pretty weird spot right now because we have trap liquidity above on both NQ and ES and trap liquidity below on NQ and ES, right? Very balanced market. Um, I wish there was something to say, but I mean, nothing has changed. We're just continuing to build a slight higher low off of these 15-minute lows, off of our liquidity from our first bid at 180s, right? And now we are just trying to build out this profile a bit. You can see how tight this is, right? We're trading in our upper node from Friday. Remember, this is our full value area from our Friday value high to value low. So today's current profile is this small right now, right? We're trading between 188 and 196. So it's just this node from Friday that we're building in, which is not a bad thing, right? But we have no expansion potential until we're over 200s, right? All we're doing is building in this upper node. So as long as we see that that's what's happening right now, then we know that we're in a pretty balanced market, and you have like a couple opportunities, right? You can short these highs with very clear limited risk here at 197 to 200 for rotations back down. But we also have this this one time framing up that we did, right? Where we pushed through in this LVN. What is this LVN? Well, that's where we bid, right? This is the look below and fail area because of it's the one time framing up. So that's all that reason was, right? It's just marking our LVN there between our two very clear distributions after we got that bid to the upside. So either we defend it or we'll flip it. So that's why that was our first trade of the day. And now we're just building inside this upper node. So as long as we know that that's what's happening in our auction right now, is that we're building within Friday's structure, then there's really not much to do, right? We know supply's above. We know that the bid's below. We can see it on footprint as well, where we're absorbing into these and we're pushing off of this POC here from that candle once we hit that demand. Again, we're just building within today's value structure, and it is just yesterday's range. We can see the same thing on NQ. NQ slightly more bearish, right? Where we're very clearly holding yesterday's POC as resistance in today's market. Where yesterday's POC to value from our 410 to 460 on NQ is holding as resistance. So targeting another leg down is a very viable thing with us opening below our 30-second opening range and that holding as resistance. It looks like the market wants to head down here, right, into our 270. Have we seen evidence of that yet other than on the higher time frame? Have we seen anything that is telling us that it's going to happen now, like imminently? No. But it is something that we need to be aware of, that our clear supply above is holding, and that when we do break this range, if we do see an offer, actually hold our value low structure as resistance, right, instead of just bouncing it, that this would be where we would be heading down into this 270 to 50 area. But until then, right, like we're just in a balanced market. We're building between our value low and our value high, and we continue to find buyers in these lows, and we continue to find sellers into these highs. And we will treat it as a balanced market with a clear seller that is stronger than our buyers below currently, right? So we have a slight bear bias with that understanding that we're holding below Friday's POC. Yeah. So we need NQ to get its shit together if we're going to go up. Because it's... Wow. He said literally nothing. We have a slight more bearish market on NQ, while ES is slightly more bullish while we just rotate in this upper node. So there's nothing really new to talk about because we have a very clear identified seller sitting above. And we're just watching to see how these buyers outside of value below interact, right? Because as soon as this buyer dips, that's creating these higher lows outside of value, and then bidding as soon as we get back in and rotating us back up to our highs. As soon as that guy steps out of the way, we know where we're headed, right? We're headed down here to previous day value low. But if they continue to just bid this, right, which is what they've been doing on any look outside of value, then that gives us our trade, right? We don't knife catch these lows. We look for the look back inside value, and then we play the rotation back up. That's the trade. That's the thing that we've talked about over and over again on NQ today, which is the look below, and then the bid back in, and then the rotation back up to our known sell. So until that stops working, right, like that's all you're watching for, is for these lows to get absorbed, and then a rotation back up to our 400, 410 area. Same thing on ES. There's nothing there other than just buying these lows, right, with this higher low in mind, and then selling into this 95 to 97 until proven otherwise. It's just our value low is holding, right, and we're maintaining. Or you're selling these highs, right, and then playing it down here and taking your first risk off. It's a balanced day, so you play your edges. Do we recover said edge, or does our edge do something new? Very tight market. But very clear, distinct levels off of our indicators. $40 seconds till new 15s. New 15s, flat open, opening at POC of previous candle. Holding our value lows off of our daily profiles so far. I think you can take off your next into 400, but we'll see. New PVZ zones have just opened. Sorry, did you see this new item at Costco? I wonder if it's worth. I just saw it on my app. They're called Bira bombs. I mean, of course you'd rather make your own, but 3 minutes for like solid might be interesting, especially if you just are like a slow cook enjoyer. Just throw that in there, call it a day. Just back down to our bid down here. See if this shifts or if this is going to be the same buyer as before on ES. Now that we've done the full range rotation off of the failure at our highs, which is just yesterday's value high. Just back down to our big bid. Same thing with NQ. Our look below into our outside of value. We just watch to see if we can recover our value low or if this is going to finally shift where 360 becomes our resistance. I don't know. Like I haven't tried it. It's just on the most popular section for Costco right now, and I've never seen it before. So I thought that was interesting. Clearly, people love it. Currently rejecting today's value low on NQ, just coming back down to our reversion zone here at 330. ES just into our 82, 83 lows. Again, we're just watching to see if we find liquidity down here like we have been, or if we're going to flip and reverse. There's really not much to talk about other than we are looking for bids to be down here, right, on NQ, and we are looking for this to flip for rotations back up through value. If we can successfully do this flip, We look for liquidity into these lows. We look for recovery of our value low, and then we look to traverse said range. Same thing on ES. Very clear pivot here at our 83 to 77 off of this demand below from the stacked imbalance that we created, as well as the alpha yen on our node. We talked about how this is just traversing through that node that we created on Friday, and we're looking to see if we can get back into the structure for the same type of idea, which is find liquidity in these lows, recover our value low, rotate said value. Bid again at our lows and just back into our value edge here until we can flip this 50 to 60, 50 to 70 area. This has to be first target. We're just, again, looking for liquidity to be down here, and then we're looking for it to flip for rotations back up for secondary targets. We, again, know that this is where demand sits below us, right? But we still need to push and see that secondary buyer step in like we have pathed, or this is our first risk off regardless, right? It's just, it is what it is. We need to step back inside value for the rotations through said value. If not, then we hold our value edge here and then rotate down, right? And that's a shift. So again, there's not a lot new here. It's very classic Monday action. Again, need to see something new, or not a lot to talk about. What is going on? I mean, I don't know what he's gonna say other than I mean, if you can't see what you did wrong repeatedly there, it's you literally took the same trade and stopped out at the same trade 4 times, right? Or no? I mean, it's exactly what we talked about. It's Rory took that exact same trade, but he took profit. It's the recovery of our value and then the rotation up to POC at 280. Or sorry, 380. Right? Like there's no like this is what I've had on chart and what we've talked about all day, which Rory's been profitable on. So if you're using our indicators or any of the strategies that we've taught today, you are trading between 2 points. You are trading between our value low, which is designated by our 357. I'm going to turn off all drawings. And our POC, which is designated by our 380. Right? We have 2 lines on our chart, a green line and a yellow line. We are trading in between those. That's your first target. So any look below outside of value, you're looking to be bought up, and then you're looking to take off first PT into a POC. That is a value trade. That's the trade review. Right? What happens on the shift? Well, we come down into our reversion zone. We retest our PVZ to value, our value low. It holds as resistance instead of supportive, right? So from our reversion zone, we hit first target, and then we reject. We don't get back over. So we don't look for the full oscillation for secondary targets because it never comes to be. Right? Like our indicator does literally all of the work for you. I don't understand. Right? We're looking for dips to be bought. And then this is primary target from our reversion zone. And if you're unwilling to take that, you wait for us to look above our POC for the reversion and push back up to value high. Like that's all he's going to say because that's the trade. And it's everything that we've talked about today. Every look below value has resulted in a bid and a take back in. As soon as we see our value low hold, then we rotate up to value high. If value low can't hold after a recovery and a look back in, then you stop out. Period value zones. I mean, nothing about my plan today has changed. I want to just reiterate that. Like, this is period value zones on chart. This is our 30-second opening range. It has given 2 reversion signals from our reversion zone that haven't invalidated and have both resulted in massive points and have given you the highs and lows for the entire day. So if you're using one indicator of ours, it has given you a trade plan for the entirety of today. And even if you're not using this indicator, it's literally just a volume profile that's being segmented. We don't look for expansion until we can hold above our 30-second opening range and yesterday's value. Right? That's why it was our risk off. We've held our 30-second opening range, our lows. We're now rejecting our first target off of our another bid at our lows. Reversion signal is given. Secondary buy steps in at our reversion zone. We see that. It rotates up to our value edge. If we can flip value edge, then we rotate up to next target. If this holds, then there's nothing new. I've given this fucking guy. You don't need to use the indicator. I'll lose my mind. It's not about the indicator, man. The indicator does the job for you, but I've been saying the same things on the stream. So if the stream wasn't helping, and what I'm saying on, like, the indicator isn't going to help if what I was saying was not registering to you either. That's kind of my point. Like, the indicator will help, but, like, you just got chopped up. Like, it is what it is. Yeah, you were looking for expansion instead of just playing the clear range between value low and POC. And because you only had one contract, you'd rather stop out instead of taking profit. Like, that's the reason why you didn't make money, is that you were looking for expansion in a market that was trapped between value low and POC. And so instead of taking profit at POC, because you only had one contract, you'd rather stop out and take a loss than make money. I mean, I don't know what your error was. I mean, your error was is that you got chopped up. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to say this without being a dick. Like, you're being a dick for a tick. So, like, I don't know how to correct that behavior because you didn't have a clear goal in what you were looking for, right? Like, again, I don't know what to tell you because you were looking for something that didn't exist. We were trading between value low and POC, and if you're going to take that trade, then you have to trade into POC and take profit like Rory did. because we have shown no desire to push higher. So if you're just going to continue to take the same trade but not take first target, then you're going to continue to just take those paper cuts until you bleed out, and then you're done for the day, right? Because we've shown no signs of expansion, but you are looking for an expansion target that is never shown. You trade what is given. You take what is given. And if you're not, then you, like, if you're looking for an expansion target, then you have to have a much wider stop, because you're looking for something that has not been given in the market, right? So if you're looking for a target that's much higher, then you can't have a stop that's like 10 points, because you're looking for something that's non-existent in the market on either side, right? You're looking for a higher time frame play, but you don't have a higher time frame stop out. Like I said, you're like, there's nothing new. Like, we knew what we were doing. I went over it multiple times. Like, NQ was just trading within this upper structure from Friday's profile, and we were finding value into this lower node and then traversing through this LVN. And if we are able to push above, then we look for secondary targets on a flip back into value, and then we rotate up to these highs. But like, if we don't, then there's nothing there, right? Everything today has just been about a recovery of value. And if this fails, then we're going to rotate down to this low. So, you know, like, there's not... The ES has the better setup on the day, but, you know, I don't know. I just don't see what your objective was, or what you were trying to do with where you're trading. Like if you, again, I'm really trying not to be a dick here, but like, you asked Mario what he's going to say, and this is what you show him. Like, what do you think he's going to say? Like, do you think that this is worth his time to look at on stream today? Like, let's be honest. I drew a box. Can you see your error within the box? Okay, great. And again, like, yeah, our indicators do, 70% of the work, but then it's just risk management after that. The structural levels, the making trading setups, the plan is the easy part of trading. It's the being willing to take profits and sizing correctly and knowing when to pull the trigger. That's the hard part of trading. The structure is easy. The order flow is easy. Everything else is hard. We've done all of the work off of the indicator side and the setup side. Literally nothing has changed from what we've drawn. It's just trading in slow motion. And again, like, yeah, I would say, Ben, like, I'm glad that you have stopped trading. That's a good rule to follow. But the trades that you took, I don't think are good, right? So, like, I'm glad you've stopped so that you don't revenge trade and blow up your account on the day. But I don't understand, like the setups that you did take. I don't understand. So, like, that's it's good that you stopped. It's good that you want to review, but you need to figure out why you were willing to take the same setup 5 times and stop out 5 times without taking profit. That's the main thing that you need to be looking at on the day. Nothing's changed about what we've talked about or the plan that's drawn on screen. This is PT1 if you're playing off of our zones. Our look below and fail area on ES held once again. Secondary bid stepped in at 83s, pushing up into first target here. This is our 30-second opening range into 87 to 89. If we flip this, then we look for rotations up to 95 to 97 on ES. NQ, reversion played. Secondary bid stepped in. We have now rotated back above our 60 to 50. If this can hold, we should be able to look for rotations up to 400 for a full oscillation of our value. There's been no change. Like I said, everything is just playing. It's just in slow motion. See if we can find the secondary bid for the rotation through said value. I don't know. I mean, again, like I would highly recommend that if you ever tag Mario or I with your trades, that you have a description of what you were looking for and not just an image of your trades, because we have no clue what you were doing. I mean, again, like to us, it just looks like you traded chop and you got chopped up, right? Like you, if you're going to have a screenshot like that, you should have an idea of what your PT was, why you were taking that entry where you were, your stop out logic. Like you need to give more information. So I would write that down, and so you have your journal of like why you were doing what you were doing and why you, again, you took the same trade 4 times, 5 times. And the psychology behind that, right? Like that's the stuff. Like I'm glad you have your trading process written down, but yeah, like if you expect others to help, then you have to show what you were doing, because we have no clue what you were doing or why you were doing it. Yeah, I mean, sure, but I feel like we just went over it. I don't know what you expect him to say, but good luck. And what I'm saying not clear? Like I don't really get it. Are we like clear on what to do today or no? Is my pathing good? Like I feel like ES is literally perfect to the T for the entirety of the day. Like I don't know what else I could say. Same thing with NQ. Like I don't really get it. Okay, well, you're looking to see if the buyer at 66 to 54 on NQ is going to trade us up to 90s here. Off of a recovery of our value low from our reversion zone off of PVZ. ES found our bid exactly where we wanted into our 77 to 83. We are looking to see if we can get above our 89s. If we can, then we look for us to traverse our value range. If not, then this is PT1 and nothing changes. We are looking for secondary buyers to step in here above previous highs. If we can do that, then we flag and then we push. If not, then nothing new happens. I'm only bearish on a hold below 177 on ES. It is very clear that we have demand here on ES. If you look on the 15, we have a buyer who has defended this level in this area over and over again today. We are looking to see if we can get back above. We have POCs below us on the 15 on ES, holding us as supportive, and we are trying to push and rotate through. If this fails, again, this is just our 30-second opening range here at 189 that we were holding. If we can't see a bid step in above, then we shouldn't expect this rotation up. If we can see the bid step over 189 and show it as a supportive hold, then we can look for more. Right, we've gotten our dip. We're now looking to see if we can get the secondary bid here. If we can, then we'll look for the rotations up. If it fails, then we get our dip, and then we're rotating in between, and we have to wait for secondaries to step in to rotate us down. If they do that, then we will rotate down to our next target. Again, we are just trading within our node from Friday. We are finding our liquidity in the LVN that we created between the two distributions from Friday. What a slow market, man. Jeez. But yeah, I mean, there's nothing new. There's a full write-up on period value zones. If you don't know how to trade with it yet, again, like it's a really great indicator. So I can go over it real quick, but these signals that print here are called reversion signals, and this line is the invalidation of said signal. What you're looking for these reversions is for rotations up to this level here, which is our value low. That's what that is. So let me turn off everything else just so that you can see this. So you can just see this with the indicator on. This is the entirety of the indicator. It does a beautiful job. It separates the day into 3 periods. It shows you the balance where we're expecting seller value, buyer value to be, expecting our reversions from outside of said value, and where we're going to go once we trade back inside through value, right? And these will change colors depending on where we are in trend. And you then get your reversion signals here with invalidations. Once we look below, you've gotten 3 signals here that have not invalidated for rotations back up to our target, which is this value low. If this flips here at 189, then we'll be looking for 192 and 196. And then, of course, our reversion zone up at 200s. Yeah. But this is just a traverse through value now, which is just period 1. So now that we're entering back in value, this is, of course, your first PT if you're playing off of this zone as a flip. And if we can get back in, then we will be looking to then play through said value. There's an entire write-up on this, as well as the time periods that are at the bottom, showing you when we should be looking for said reversals to occur. You can see first reversion happens here at our value high, and then we rotate back through value. You got your IB close. These are all important areas where we expect reversions to take place. Second reversion happens into POC, new period, and then we rotate down. Insane. The market operates on a schedule 90% of the time, and then we just play set value. The entire plan of where you should be looking, when you should be looking, is given to you in a singular indicator, as well as the levels you should be watching. I don't know. This has existed for a year and a half, boys. If we don't know how to use PVZ by now, what are we doing? No, it doesn't only work at the 30-second, but it's designed for the lower time frame. These are higher time frame levels that are then to be used. The write-up is on the page for the indicator, or in the indicators channel in Discord. It's the pinned message. But the logic is just our volume, how we trade value, right? It's just value zones, and the entry back into value, how you play around it. The reversion zones are just a deviation, right? It is a mathematical probability. It's a zone created by math of a deviation away from our value of where we would expect price to at least find a bit of relief if we were going to continue to trade within a balanced market. Right? Those are your extremes within a balanced auction. Those are our reversion zones. well, you use them both, right? Like stacked is great for trend days. PVZ is used for balance days. And when you have confluence in signals, then it is amazing. But they both have their uses and were designed for separate functions. PVZ gives you the structure in which you should be looking to trade around and use as your main levels. Stacked gives you entries and momentum-based signals on smaller time frames for scalping. PVZ shows value, stacked shows price action. Has anything invalidated about my ES setup on the day? The look below and fail area? No, right? No. So like, what do we? like what? There's nothing to do other than just play the setup. I don't know, man. Why are we overcomplicating this? I mean, I think it goes for it. It's just a value rotation off of a hold of our lows. Now recovery of POC. I don't see why we wouldn't. We have offside liquidity below, so. I mean, are we gonna be a dick for a tick? I don't know, maybe. But just rotation of value. It's that's your full trade on ES into 95 to 97 from our hold following our pathing. No change, full rotation. Let's see what we do here as we push into our value high. I've taken off half my risk into 95s. I have another PT into 97 and 200s. But clearly someone taking in size here. We've done the full rotation, just like we talked about. Again, just runners at this point. ES, full rotation. Our look below and fail area held, our LVN from Friday's session, our 177 to 83, our rotation back inside today's value, and then rotation up to value high off of the recovery of our value low is now all fully played. NQ as well, just following pathing. Recovery of our value low off of our reversion, and then rotation up, hold of our PVZ value low as well as our daily value low, as well as our cloud, and then a rotation up to value highs. Just trading back into our 15-minute VWAP. New 15s have opened. Getting our next leg. Did I eat at any nice restaurants this weekend? I was, yeah, I mean, not nice in the sense of like fancy, but really good food, yeah. We went to this pupuseria yesterday, which was absolute fire. I fucking love pupusas. Pupuseria. Yeah, this place slaps, man. Yeah, and they've got like pickled cabbage on the table. Like this like yellow pickled cabbage, like just like free bowl of it, and then they've got like of course they're like salsas that they bring out. And you just load that up on them. Dude, it's so good. I like that fatty cheese with like the I always get the what are they called? The Rev something, I don't remember what it's called. It's like the refried bean and pork chicharron that's like inside that one, and then I get that with the pickled cabbage on top. It's like the perfect balance of fatty, salty, and acidic. Too good. And then I also have a meal that's $12, and you get 3 tacos and a burrito. Yeah. So, and the pupusas are like $2.50, and then you get that combo with the burrito and the 2 tacos or the 3 tacos, and you get to choose your meats. I don't know, man. All I know is I'm eating. That's all I know. But you know the craziest thing is this place is only open till 6 p.m. They close at peak business. Hello? So we had to eat dinner yesterday at 4:30 to enjoy this place. But I was full, let me tell you. They have to eat too? Okay, I mean, I guess. Never heard of a break. Like, what do we... But, like, their hours make no sense, man. 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day. And then off Wednesday. Like, what? Explain to me how that's the hours that they went for. Yeah, random Wednesday, fully closed, and then closing at dinner time every day. Like, like what? 4:30 is not dinner. True. It's lunch, munch, tinner, dinner. So it's tinner. I don't know if anyone is a Homestar runner enjoyer, but definitely a tinner. Or is it pinner? I don't remember. Breakfast, lunch, munch. It's a munch. Aging myself? Well, it was like one of my dad's favorite websites, so we grew up with it. Yeah, yeah, you like that? Got him. Uh, easy pivot. This is where Mario would post that get rotated gif, the shark. Yep. Got him. Surf, did I ever tell you that my dad used to draw comics? He uh he had actually like a pretty big comic back in the day. I don't want to like say back in the day, but like early 2000s, when Reddit was still like Dig and Reddit had like kind of done that flip, early 2000s. Yeah, a webcomic called Russell's Teapot. It was a like an atheism comic. He was incredibly big on like the atheism subreddit. Yeah, I think you have. That's why I was wondering, because like that's um and then he just kind of like stopped. I don't know. He was like, I said everything that I needed to be said, and that was it. But yeah, it used to be like absolutely huge back then. They're very word heavy. It's but yeah, he is a I found a bunch of them on Pinterest saved because his website's down. You can still look at his website on the Wayback Machine, but like, does this work? Like, you probably have seen some of these. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Look, you found it. Uh, yeah, the little kid is Russell. He's just asking some honest questions, you know. I was gonna for his birthday, like, because I found this like that huge catalog on Pinterest of someone who saved them. Thankfully, I was gonna like put together a book for him because I know for damn sure he doesn't have these saved. But I figured you might have actually have seen these because you're an internet enjoyer of that time. You were actually on like Reddit and Dig. Surf, yeah. Yeah, this lady made a, oh, here, this is the full this backlog that I found from this lady. Just randomly, she just has them saved. Like, oh, sick. From like his like beginning ones before it was when he was just like trying to figure out his style. Like he's not an artist. He was just like had something to say and found that that was like the best medium to do it, and then he just got better and better throughout. But I think it's super cool. I love it when people like are random data hoarders, and then you get to find their archive. It's like, oh, thank God. Yeah, exactly. And now, like even like the Internet Archive is potentially going away. Like that's crazy. Like they're even trying to get rid of that, man. Oh no, they definitely do. You probably because I've done it. Like you can like even go to his gift shop. The gift shop definitely doesn't work, sadly. But like the yeah, I was on it the other day. You'd have to go back to like I don't know, like '05 maybe. It should show you like the last time as it was saved way back machine. I think this was like early 2000s. So if you maybe yo uh just slow balance. Yeah, it is what it is. It makes me, I mean, like, I'm mad that I had to do that, but it makes me feel better knowing that it was out of my control. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like something stupid. Yeah. That's, Mm-hmm. Yeah. Trying to get filled into this 97, but I'm like 2 ticks away. Huge. There's your ES plan. If we can pop over this 200, then we can look for that 210. But until then, top of range here. Today is just one of those don't overcomplicate it days. Potential 3 bar in the 15 on ES. I'm taking off 2 into 7 into 200, and then I'm gonna try to leave 2 runners for a pop up to like I don't know 205, 210.
This is 400 on NQ target, 30-second opening range low here at 400s. For anything more, we're going to need to show very clear interest over these highs at 420 to 436, really. It's just top of our supply here. See what we do as we push in. Again, I'm just in runners. It's the top of the range where we traded from our last take profit from this exact same area off of our test into our 83s when I got online at 10, right? Push into these highs. We need to flip these highs, take them out, take out previous day value if we're going to do anything new. We've got Levitt at 1. So probably actually 130, the usual. But I have a grocery delivery order that's going to be happening soon. What does it say? 107. Okay, so I've got a little bit of time. But I'm going to have to get ready for that. Like, presentable, Yeah. Again, just into our supply at our highs here. No change. Waiting to see if we do something new. Just in runners. Our sell side offers sitting at 200, stacking there. But we're definitely seeing some taking profits into these highs. We want to see kind of a sweep over this 200, ideally, if we're going to head up to that 210. Just a slow grind up, holding POCs, previous candles, right on the 15. ES structure, very clear from our supply here, or from our demand, right off that stacked balance that was created on footprint. I think, again, this is just such an easy footprint setup off of that imbalance that was created, on our 15. I'm just going to show that here so you can see that again, where that green box is. Right, that's just our stacked imbalance here with that liquidity. This is a classic. Damn, I wish I could find. This is not all of them. He has way more than this, but this is by far the best archive that I've been able to find. Ugh. There's probably like 100 more. Oh, business lens. I'm sorry, I totally missed your chats today. Do I size up in less volatile markets? Yeah, I tend to. When ranges are clear, I size up. There's no reason not to. I mean, it's up to you. If you feel comfortable in the trading, then yeah. But like our plan's never invalidated. So for me, I trade a bit larger because the rotations are clear. Same thing with like unbalanced days. I'll usually size up a bit because our profits we don't have expansion potential. So but I have clear risk and clear targets. Whereas like on a trend day, I can get away with trading less size and then just letting that run. With balanced markets, right? Our risk to reward is a bit more limited, but it is understood. So I can risk more at our edges, looking for those targets and just playing into it. So instead of like trading, like 3 ES, I'll trade 5 or something at max. Something like that. Or I'll trade instead of, 2 ES, I'll trade 3. Or it just depends. It really depends on what we're doing. Or instead of, trading 15 MNQ, I'll trade 30 MNQ, right? And then I'll take off in lots of 5. If we have set structure, there's no reason not to trade around it and balance. When our entire plan on the day was just looking for liquidity outside of value and then the recovery of our value to traverse said value, right? Like as soon as we get back in, it's like, oh, okay, I know where we're headed. And then you can size up with that in mind, right? Like that's been the plan the entire day. It's just a look inside these areas, recovery of our value, and then rotations back through. So when every variable has been kind of like taken, what's the word? Every variable is accounted for that we care about. Our risk is set. Our understanding of where we're headed is set. We know where buyers are. We've identified them. We've identified the offside sellers. We've identified the secondary participants, right? Like the entire plan is laid out. So it's like a very structured trade and plan to be trading around. Whereas with trend, it's just like, I'm going to let this move up and nothing's invalidated the higher lows and we haven't seen anyone like step in, like, right? Like everything structurally is laid out. So it's like a very easy structural trade to play around because you don't really get much more clarity than playing around a node with an LVN here. Right? Like we're just trading in Friday's upper node. Right, like it's a very clear understanding of what we're looking for, right? And then you have like multiple entry opportunities. Like you can bid anywhere in here if you want, but as soon as we step over and then find this after looking for liquidity in, right? Like this is your first look. Your secondary looks are just the recovery of your 30-second opening range low. Your third looks are the recovery of our 30-second opening range high off of that hold, right? Like you have like 3 potential areas after we've trapped liquidity down here to look for bids for this rotation back up to these highs to play through this node, in my opinion. If you don't just want to like knife catch into this, right? You have this bid, this bid, this bid. And then of course you're taking profit into here. And now what we're watching for anything new is this POC here going to hold, and then can we get over this for the next leg, right? So you have a potential opportunity to average up here and then look for secondaries there on the flip of this as our pivot. But should you be expecting anything new with what we've done so far today? debatable, right? Like this bid at POC is not great as of yet, in my opinion, because we haven't really looked over our value high yet. We haven't showed any interest above. So without that, we don't really have any new information. All we know is that someone's taking into it. So our PT here makes sense into our 97 to 200. And if we had like looked in and then retested, I'd be much more interested. But as of right now, it's just better to have a runner playing this range, right? This is our node. And then looking to see if liquidity is going to be found at a higher point here. And if we can trap at a higher point, right? Because all of this liquidity below is trapped. That's the whole idea. We're now looking to see if we can trap in the mid of our range to see if sell side isn't going to be able to do the full rotation down. If they get trapped here and then we look over, that'll be a great sign that we want to then, do this rotation. If they fail, right, we know where we're headed. We're just coming back down to our bid down here. It is what it is. Just like in the last attempt where we chopped here. So we're now watching, we're trying to leave a runner for expansion, even though we haven't seen any sort of expansion potential. But what we have seen is buyers willing to absorb into our lows, right? So now I'm just looking to try to hold a greedy runner for that potential shift. Is there an opportunity to try to short these highs, just like we took an opportunity longing these lows? Yeah, definitely, right? And like if we don't get a strong bid here at our POC and we get a lower high after this look in, then we should be expecting a rotation down to value, right? Something like this off of a lower reoffer, because that'll be the start of our downtrend again, just like we did before. But like our range is very clear on the day. It might not be fun to try to like micro scalp, like little rotations, like on a more volatile day, but structurally on the higher time frames, nothing has really invalidated whatsoever. 40 seconds till new 15s. News on new 15 open as well with the auctions. So we have to watch the reoffer here now that we've bounced POC. And we look to see if we put in a lower high or if we can take out highs and then take out our previous day value over 200s. That's basically it, right? That's all we're watching for. It's the same thing on NQ. I don't know, Mario, anything to add? I feel like that's basically it. Yep. Yeah. If anything, I feel like we see them after we take out these wick highs on EOS, and then we'll see which way we want to go after they kind of like bait, which is just that like 198, 200 area. Just watching to see what happens as we gravitate towards that liquidity that's been presented there for the last 2 hours. But also like expecting some sort of like new idea or like new expansion into Caroline Levitt speaking is just also kind of like what are you doing, Like what, like of course we're balanced. We're about to go into a press conference. So like we'll trade into yesterday's value highs and then we'll figure it out if we're going to like trap liquidity up here and then get back into value for the rotation down, or if this will do something new. We know where we're headed, right? We'll head up to this 210 area, but you need to show interest outside, or it'll be just the same, right? Where we trap liquidity into our high, into our lows, and then enter back inside value, and then rotate. through said value. Levitt just got this on stage. You know what's funny about them winning the ballroom for this is that the White House press, this event that was happening would not be hosted in the ballroom. even if they had it. It's a private event. Brother, like the security issues of that event are insane. Like you could just check in the day before and just be in the hotel. Like that was the security. Like you could just be there. You could have checked in the same day before 5 p.m. and there was no added security. They didn't check bags. They didn't look at like there was no anything. Like you just brought in whatever you wanted and you had a room in the hotel and you were good to go. Like that blows my mind. Oh my god! All right, I can't listen to this. Holy! All right, turning that one off. Holy! The best meme to come out of that of this weekend is that that interview with what's his name with Piers Morgan. Uh, oh my god, it's so good. With what's his name, the English guy. Uh, no. Um, Russell Brand. Holy guys, the Russell Brand interview is so fucking funny. Okay, just watch this clip. Oh my god, if you haven't seen this yet, this is the meme of the year by far. Meme of the year. There's I don't know how you're gonna beat this. I don't know how you're gonna beat this meme this year. I'm calling it now. This is it. So he like found Christianity after he got charged or is in. He was a girl said he raped him or raped her, right? And then he's like, oh, I found Christianity. He's like a pretty known atheist, and so now he's like a but the funny part is him trying to find a Bible verse after being called out, and then Piers Morgan just allowing the silence to run for 2 minutes of him just flipping through the Bible trying to find a verse. But it's created like one of the greatest formats. It is the perfect format. It is a brutal cringe. Like, it's so good, man. Like, you can't make it up. Uh, Dude, the silence is insane. Insane. What? Holy. He just let him do it. It's like I am not a big fan of Piers Morgan, but holy, were his producers cooking when they told him to just not say anything. Oh, it's so brutal. All right, I'll be right back. Where am I putting my stop on this? I don't know, man. Like one.
Just two-sided up here.
Maybe below 192. So that's still $1,000 if it goes below 192 for me. Yeah, I think this is the setup. I mean, I guess I could just set trailing. That is a viable option. But just like if we don't hold POC on ES, then there's no reason to really stay in this. We'll just rotate the full range. Yeah, I mean, this is just our 30-second opening range on NQ, so it's a bit awkward to try to do anything on NQ specifically with this being our ORM here. But we did hold our value edge, which is not a bad bid. All right, I'll be right back. closed one more on ES just in case, and then 200 and then 210 are my stops, my PTs above. Other than that, nothing new. 192 might be cutting it a little close, but we'll see. All right, I'll be right back again. I just gotta get ready for this grocery order. Looks like I got filled one at 200. I have one contract left, 185 average. PT 210s. All right, AFK again.
Same thing up here. ES, like, since the liquidity is stacking the offer, very active, but we're gonna push back yet. Every time it does, it's like in areas of rising liquidity. So they're just making it work out. Drop shift. Yet.
We'll look above our supply at 200s. See if we can get over this previous day value high for that rotation up to 210. Good trap in those lows. That's what we wanted to see at that mid, right? What we talked about. But a lot A lot of size it's been taken in there. Do you think we go to 210 or do we stop at like 205? That's the question. Yeah. Well, our high is that 208.50, and we've got like absorption into 204 to 208. I don't know.
I'm really surprised we're like continuing pressure up with everything going on this week.
40 seconds till new 15s.
Just like fighting, not wanting to just like short this. Like it feels so good.
Yeah.
Structure, but like
But, yeah, might as well just, I mean, if anything, you short back into, on the flip back in structure. Because this is going to be like a really juicy trap if this doesn't hold above. We'll just play this like this. Let me look to see if we can trap liquidity up here. Just like we did at these lows. All right, I gotta adjust my stops. One contract left. NQ, I'm in from 379. I just have one left though. I think I'm just gonna close that. Okay, I gotta go. I closed NQ. Going to just leave that stop at 210s on ES and same stop. 192. Be right back. Okay, huge. Good look above. Traded into our previous highs here. Still haven't taken them out. 208.50. Yeah, good buying at that 420. On the old NQ. It's so funny that meme numbers are actually responsive. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? All right. Let's see what we do up here. Got our reversion signal in PBZ, but trend is very much intact still. Not looking at a change unless we flip back below value and retest. Just watch this as a potential bid, a previous day value high on a retest here on ES. Let's see how we interact here as we push into that 200. NQ just rejected its 30-second opening range high there at 36. Rotating back down to our ORM, as well as previous day POC.
Keeping an eye on Russell here as it's done its full time retrace back to POC and testing the higher prices motion here. Basically holding and observing the
Rory, do you know this artist? Oh, he's not even here. Okay. I'm just trying to get the PT, man, so I can leave.
know, man. Russell at 96, so it's kind of annoying. Hard to get movement when RTY is just rejecting like that VWAP. Like, what are we doing? Is this just going to be a reoffer for down, or can we do something with this? Too slow. You can see our ideas played out, right? I mean, I'll post an update. You can see why we wanted to take profit into those highs. And we can see that retest to POC, look above, reply. I'll just reply to that image so you can see the difference. Now we're just watching to see if we can do this 200 flip for that last leg up. Still just zero interest over our opening range on NQ. And it's going to be very hard to, I need to make another layout for the original because I'm sure you guys aren't used to this. I've just basically have segmented the chart that we've been on all day today is 3 panes of ES, 30 second, 15 minute, 5 minute. 5 minute for the structural, so you can see the volume profile from yesterday, footprint with nothing on, and then 30 second for entry, so you can just kind of see how we're reactive around areas. But I'll go back to our normal setup with a Russell window as well. I just have to set it up. Nothing saved when I wiped everything, so I have to like reset up everything. Yeah, it feels bad. I mean, we can do that right now, actually. There's no reason not to. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't help. I don't know how to access that in the app, to be honest. It'll open like in browser, so. And I have 150 layouts. It's like a. I mean, I'll try, but oh, maybe that worked. Okay, yeah. I clicked it and it opened immediately. All right, we're good. Yeah, I mean, we want to see RTY reactive at our value low here with ES just holding previous day value high as supportive. As long as that's holding, I'm not incredibly bothered with this area. Oh, I didn't even, it just immediately opened in TradingView. It didn't even open in browser for me when I clicked that link. Yeah.
I'm basically just looking for buyers to be absorbed. Sorry, sellers to be absorbed here into this 200 to like 199 area low. And if we can do that and then get over 205, we should be able to take out highs and then go on our merry way. But we need RTY to find a low or it's meaningless. And we'll just revert back down. It's kind of annoying that, oh, it's because I'm on individual contracts. So if I switch to the, hey, we did it. $40 seconds till new 15s. Wait, Mara, did you see who they put in charge of InfoWars? Dude, it's Tim from Tim and Eric. He's the creative director. Yeah. Yeah, Tim Heidecker is the creative director for the new InfoWars. He's so funny. Tim Heidecker. Yeah. They already got info. They already got Alex Jones. Um, they already got him. They already used one of his skits, a skit where it's a mugshot of him. Do you know how much fake news they're about to? Oh Lord. Yeah, so they are not ready for him to be just like the skits that already have been made with Adult Swim. Oh no. The new Steam controller's $99. Kind of huge. It's a pretty good deal for what you get, actually. Damn. It's like both of the haptic thumb pads from the Steam Deck, plus the analog sticks.
Those pads, nice.
Oh yeah, they feel so good, man. They've got like really nice feedback on them, and it's basically just like you have a mouse on your thumb. It's very cool. Yeah, like whoever designed those did such a good job. They feel so responsive. All right, this is our look over 205. This is super important to see if we're going to get a secondary bid here after a hold of our lows on our value. We want to see bid step up and take out this high. Russell held our value low, tempting POC now. Let's see if we can get a shift here for at least a VWAP test at a 799, but NQ sideways, no change. We want to see like a pretty clear bid up in these highs if we're going to do anything new on ES. This is something, man.
I dislike this.
Hmm. You sure? You're not having fun? I don't know, man.
It's been a while since I've had one of yes candles. Yeah, plus the Iran stuff circulated. There's so much data this week. Crazy. Yeah, I mean the rotation was fine, but when even like when you look at the higher time frame, it just doesn't feel great to me here.
Have you ever thought to not look at the higher time frame, but the medium time frame? You know, and then just like throw out all logic and market only goes up as your bias. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep, yep, yep. My man. Yeah, sure. See, but there's the theory, Jason, is that you've made enough money doing it that when it doesn't work, it sucks, but you still have made money, you know, and you didn't lose it all. That's the theory. Maybe. Oh wait, Surf. I saw something yesterday that actually might be cool. I was gonna message you, but I forgot. But I'll do it right now while we're just sitting here. Check this out. If you can, if this is actually real, it's huge.
Holy, I need that.
It'll make Lego sets with actual IDs and design them around whatever you want. We're slowly crawling up, following our pathing on EOS. Russell still sideways, no change. NQ at our 30-second opening range high here, trying to breach through. Let's see if they can show any interest over 36s for this rotation up to 56 for a little 20-point rotation. Yes, looking for those highs. Could not be slower. Like, I'm not sure if it could be. I think we're moving at the slowest possible speed. Okay.
That's true.
All right, we just did the ES play, just into those highs, following our pathing. Russell and NQ still sideways, which is making the market incredibly slow, just incredibly slow. That being said, I'm removing my stop, my take profit at 210, and I'm just gonna let this be for right now, because I think we could potentially just keep crawling up, but. Still no interest over our 208.50, which is our highs. But, I mean, it's just a slow crawl. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I move my stop from 192 below to, like, 200s now. So at least secure some gains. But I don't know. Just doesn't really seem like there's anyone willing to revert this thing yet. So why give up my average until we see someone step in? I think there's some like mass psychosis event happening with this assassin on Twitter with this post with the guy's name, where it was like his only post in 2003. Like, who cares if it was his name, man? Like, what? I don't understand. And now they're like going in and finding Donald Trump's face in like the background image of that account, which only had Cole Allen's name on it. Have you guys been seeing this, or is my bro like Maldito knows, bro? Like, this is like they're going crazy. Like, I think we're a little like we've lost the plot a little bit. We've lost the plot. So there was an account from the that of a user who had a Pepe in a suit, and his only post was Cole Allen from like 3 years ago, and somehow people think that means something, and it's like, oh my god, his name. And now they've like deep dived into it and made it out to be like this crazy thing where the guy's account is now he's from the future. like people are like going crazy, and that his background image, which is actually a photo of Donald Trump from his previous assassination attempt. And I just am. I don't know, man. Like, I just I don't know what I'm supposed to do now that I'm a knower.
You just know.
Yeah. Well, like, this is, I don't want to make you guys have to like click the link, so here but like, they're seeing this is the background image of that post, and they're like, look, it's actually this, and it's just like the Donald Trump fight thing. Like, what are we what are we doing, man? So like, people are analyzing the background image of his header from this one account that just had the name of this like incredibly embarrassing failed assassination attempt from today. Like, that means, first of all, like, if he's a time traveler, like, why do we care about this the dumbest assassination attempt I've ever seen in my life, where the guy just walks through the door and then immediately doesn't even come close. Like, what's the time? Like, explain the plot to me. Explain, like, if it was a movie, explain to me why someone came back in time and was like, this'll really do it. Like, like what? Here, Surf, if you want like the full breakdown of like these crazy people. Like what? Surf, like half the memes you post are just like on my feed already. You gotta follow me on Twitter, man. I could just be feeding you classics. Oh, my feed is just the memes. All right, what are we doing? What are we? What are we doing, man? God, we can finally move when Surf leaves. Thank the Lord. Roy, are you caught up on Witch Hat? Surely you are. Surely you are. No, I haven't finished it. What I did finish is the craziest book that Zeno recommended this weekend. I don't really like read cosmic horror all that often, but Zeno recommended me a book, and I was just like, what is going on? Yeah, man. Yeah. Crazy good. I mean, it was decent. It was like True Detective met like a time travel sci-fi. It was like True Detective in like in a sci-fi backdrop. I don't know. It was very odd with like a cosmic horror overtone. there was a lot going on. There was a lot going on. It was called The Gone World. I went into it knowing absolutely nothing. Just, was like, I think you'd like this. And I was like, all right, man, I'll try it. it's not too long of a book. I don't know. It's like I would say it's a. You could probably read it in a week, casually. I mean, like I don't. It was just weird as hell, man. I don't know. I don't know if it was particularly like great, but I I, I got through it. That's for sure. I can't say that for a lot of the books I've read. I like rage quit chapter 1 because I just wasn't feeling it. Peace. Yeah, hopefully we have some speed tomorrow, man. Jesus. I mean, that. What have you been reading, Rory? If you haven't been watching anything. Mm-hmm. Assassin's Blade? What the hell's that? Oh, it's You're gonna read Throne of Glass? I see. I haven't read the novellas, no. I read Throne of Glass though. Yeah, there's 5 novellas before the series. True. But they didn't exist. Those books didn't exist when I read Throne of Glass. If you understand what I'm saying. Like Throne of Glass came out in like 2012, and like the prequels came out in 2014. So, a bit hard to have read them. I don't know. I haven't read them. I don't know, man. I'm guessing that they give like backstory for the characters. That's usually what a prequel does. Just like fill in some of the holes that were left in the plot points. Where it was like more probably exposition in the main story when it could have just been like an actual story itself. That'd be my guess, but I don't know. I haven't really read a lot by Moss. How did I finish a book in a weekend? I don't know. Lock in, bud.
Smaller books.
I mean, think about it, how many hours you play a video game, and then think about how you could just be reading a book. And then that's how I finished a book. If you play a game for 8 hours a day, and you did read it, if you read outside instead, then all of a sudden you're done with the book. So if you read like 3 or 4 hour sessions, right, and then all of a sudden the book's done. RTY finally showing some interest over POC. See if we can get this push at least up to like VWAP or value high. That'd be sick for this last leg on ES. Our plans are playing just in slow motion, man. It's just the afternoon classic. Did you see that thing that Ben tagged you in? I was a bit frustrated with him earlier. I mean, and also he just like posted that with no context of him just like stopping out of the same trade 5 times. Like, what do you, like, what do you what Mario gonna say? That's what I told him. It's like, what is he supposed to look at and see from that? Oh wait, Zeno, you're here, or maybe you're. Are you here? Maybe you're AFK. Oh, I finished Gone World this weekend. I thought it was good. I thought it was ambitious. I think some of the plot may have gotten a little bit away from the author regarding the ifs, but I thought it was overall pretty good. It's hard when you have like time travel, man, to not get too convoluted, you know? It's very hard. Yeah, I agree. I was a bit mad at the main character though, because like she cared so much about like these murders when like there was like this way bigger picture thing happening, and I didn't really understand like her drive throughout the book. That was like one of my biggest struggles, was like, why do you care about this girl so much when you can be going into the future to solve and prevent much larger disasters? You know, I don't know. That was like a frustrating aspect of the book for me. Like, I understand she's a detective, like I get it, but like, is it really worth you staying in the future for a year of your life? In that sense, I don't know. It's a bit odd. And also like getting into a relationship with someone to know that you're gonna have to like nuke that reality. Like, why would you do that to yourself? Like the mental, yeah, man. It's like that blew my mind a bit. It's gonna try to trap here. I don't know if it'll work. Watching like 405, 395, seeing if we can absorb as we push down into these lows on NQ into our PVZ, while Russell retests POC as supportive and NQ just comes back down into this range here at 700, 702. I really need to see a visual of what the ship looked like that was made of nails. Like, what does that actually look like? Them just trying to like describe that visual. I had a hard time following along on that one. Are you liking Bobiverse? Those books are good. Lighthearted. Yeah. Let's see if we can get this bid here. $405 to $395 held our lows. Just a VWAP reversion off of a failure at those highs. Coming back down. RTY finding a bid at POC. No change. A little reaction, but nothing crazy as of yet. Need to get back over 420 for more, or that's where the offer will sit. Into 410, 420 for a lower high. See if we find a secondary here for a higher low after that little look at 405 now, or if this is going to fail. I used to not like super nihilistic stuff, but the Gone World was decent enough. Yeah, for sure, man. It's good. I got through it as well. If I didn't like it, I wouldn't have read it. I don't know. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I love Red Rising so much. Is like there's a point where if like the good guy wins all the time, every time, it gets a little boring, you know? Like the struggle and the uncertainty is very good. Sometimes you need it. As much as it sucks in the moment. It's okay. I mean, I might just close the CS position. I don't know, man. I don't care. Go walk the doggo. Yeah, I mean, it just looks like we're headed back down to 370, in my opinion, but I don't know. We'll see. But like, what's the entry here? I wanted us to higher first. I wanted that look into 420 for a reoffer, but I don't think I don't know if we're gonna get it. This look back into value on NQ is pretty important. Like with the reoffer we're doing right now, it's so slow. I was hoping that we would see something like this. Short term offer into there, flip, rotation to POC, rotation down, value edge. Something like that. Maybe we still do, but I don't know if I'm going to be here for it. Something like this. But maybe we just hold here on the look into value again, and that's that, and then we just rotate down without me. I don't know. We'll find out shortly. 30 seconds till my 15s. Like, do we just reject this 405 and not have to go up to 20? I don't know, man. I don't feel comfortable here.
It's even like, cause I was like uber horny for the short, and like the NQ like look under 30 on the last time it actually went was like almost no entry actually. Like it just kind of like went there.
Yeah.
It was like exactly the same.
Maybe if we see a sweeper below 95s, I'll be interested. But if not, like, I still think we have to go higher first. But if they just like sweep this down and the bid steps out of the way, we go to 70 quick. Let's see what they do here. Retesting our lows here on NQ. Let's see if they can defend 95s on retest here. I really wanted us higher, but maybe we don't get it. So it's just going to be a reversion to POC off of this failure here. It's a good hold technically, but I wanted a bit more because I don't like that Russell's flat during this, which makes me think that as soon as RTY like actually does something, that this NQ move is just gonna get obliterated, and then we go for the actual pop, and that this is just gonna get eaten until proven otherwise. But I don't know. I wish there was a better entry. Because on like a structural trade, like it makes sense what we're doing, right? Like this is just our value high as resistance right now. And then we'd just be headed down to POC and then value low. But without like a solid entry here, we kind of have to wait for this secondary move where POC bounces and then we look for this is a better retest, because this hasn't really given us a great opportunity here. So either we find someone who's a bit better offsides, right? Like into these highs where we trap, or we have to wait for price to come down to POC first and then look for a reoffer somewhere into here where we can then play with that seller to the downside, right? Because this area clearly is not giving what we want. So either we wait for a look above or we wait for it to come down to POC. Unless something new happens in this order flow here, I just don't trust this area personally. Just feels like I'm going to get chopped up on both sides. So what do? Nothing, right? Like that's a trade. I have an idea of where I want price to go, where I want that interaction to occur. But if it doesn't happen, then it's like, okay, well, I'm not being forced at gunpoint to take something. And maybe it goes without me, but I'd rather it go without me than get stopped out 17 times and then go. You know? And again, like Russell's flat, so it's very hard to get like real moves with any sort of confidence because we have a flat RTY just holding POC, balance between POC on the daily and our VWAP. So you're just sandwiched in between with no movement, just preventing anything real from happening in the market. At least that's how it feels to me. All right, we're doing the move that I expected. So now that we come up here, let's see what happens. Now that we failed at those lows. I'm much more comfortable looking for something here than I was trying to short that lower edge. Let's see what happens offer-wise as we push into this. 30 seconds, 2015s. Right, so like, let's watch this. Do we trap up here and then look below? Or is there going to be some sort of shift here where the bid steps back in and then we have something new that happens? I don't know. But we have a flat Russell, so it's very hard to short until we see what that wants to do with us holding POC as supportive. But this is where I would want to see sell-side liquidity if it was going to be anywhere into this 15 to 30 area. Watch Russell as we come up to the highs. So again, Russell bid our POC, held our lows. NQ just tried unconvincingly at these lows, not enough selling pressure. Now we are back to where we've been selling on RTY for most of the day, which is view up as resistance as we come up into this. So we're watching for a potential loss of momentum here if it's going to start a short. If not, then RTY is finally getting the move that we need, and we've trapped enough liquidity on NQ into those lows, and then we'll do something new. But we're watching to see what happens as we come back up. Very clear seller up into these highs, into this like 205, 207 area on ES from before. And again, but if Russell has momentum, then the market can have momentum with NQ. We're just watching to see if we're trapping into this like 215, 230 area. 415, 430 area on NQ, and then looking below with a loss of momentum on Russell, or if Russell is going to lead off of that hold and we're going to do something new. But this is the only area where I was interested, would be a reoffer of this upper range, right? And then failure to get back in, and then we kind of like sell from there. If it was going to do it, this is what I would want to see. If not, then we just go up off of another failure from sellers to do anything of value. Which is why, again, we didn't want to operate there on those lows. I'm gonna go grab an apple. Be right back. And I'm still just in this ES trade because I never got stopped at 200. It's gonna be the longest trade for like two points.
Just under 2 minutes here.
Later, Zeno.
Birdies. Goodbye, Zeno.
New 15s. Jesus Christ. No trap so far. Buyers able to push us back up to highs. No look below. Still just watching. This is our 30-second opening range high here on NQ into 36. ES retesting our highs. No change. Held our lows. No problem. Russell again just holding POC until that gets below. You don't really have a trade. Need a trap for anything real. So until you see some sort of trapped liquidity, this is just going to be an awful market. But again, 436 is your 30-second opening range high on NQ. Russell rejected view up, no change there. Just rotating deck down. What an awful afternoon.
One of the worst in like 2 or 3 months, actually.
Rejecting again, reversion signal printed on NQ. Just coming back down to our mid here and previous day POC on NQ at 416. No interest above.
Tomorrow might be like this too if we don't have any Middle Eastern news to do with the interest rate.
Real alpha. You ready? Yeah, well, close enough. But it's pretty close. She might be out of a job. Are you gonna get Pragmata, Mario?
I don't think so. The new game.
Yeah.
Probably not. It's so funny. Last night Abby was playing with Rose,
Mm-hmm.
like solo. And usually when we play together, and Roy knows this now, he's not here. She's just like the food lady. Like she loves to like just make all the meals.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
And so she's playing alone last night. I was like, "What are you doing?" Like making food. She's like, "Oh, it's a lot more work when you have to do all of the things." I was like, "Don't you have a little bit more appreciation for my role?" And she's like, "Nope."
Nope.
Like,
That's yep.
all right. Still hungry though.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I did see some of this. Is this already out? Oh no, it's coming. Yeah.
It's out.
They don't play much like common games.
Yeah. Not me either. Oh, you didn't finish it?
Ow.
Mm. Well, I mean, I don't expect like the 100%, but the main story. How far do you think you are?
Like halfway maybe.
Oh wow. But you just do like all the side quests, yeah.
Most of them.
Yeah.
I did them all for the first area like 2 or 3 days ago, I think.
Gotcha. Holy, look above.
Honestly, that's like lots of funness for 2 hours of that.
All right, well, this is target 710. Or sorry, 210. Russell just top of range, rejection again. Hit our previous date value high there at 56 on ES immediately. Just absorbed into it. Let's see if we get a secondary touch now that we pop back up, or if that's that. Gamma. Hold of our 36 so far, pushing into 56 on NQ. See if ES can get up here into this high. High or low on Russell. All right, that's it for me. We went to Target. It took 7 hours. All right. I will maybe be in class. We'll see. Just don't have a lot going on today, which is nice. If not, then I'll see you guys tomorrow.
I'm just gonna rant at Ben.
Yeah.
That's for the day.
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, it is. He is very lucky because I don't think it's even worth it. But if you wanna rant, go on and rant. But basically, my points to him were just like Rory was in the same trades, but it was just the recovery of our val low and then trading into POC. That was the area that he was looking for, and that he wasn't taking profit into POC. He was looking for expansion, and there was no there had been no evidence that expansion was likely, and so he just kept letting trades go back on him and taking the exact same setup without acknowledging that we were just trading balance. So he was taking a balance entry, but then not taking a balance target, right? Yeah. And it's like it's part of his, like, he only trades one contract, and like that's the risk of only trading one contract, is like all of a sudden now it's an emotional, so you would take the loss but you won't take the profit on those rotations. So now you've taken the same trade 5 times and you haven't learned. It's like you can record and do whatever you want, but like if you can't see that we're trading in a box and you've now taken the same trade multiple times on the wrong side of the box, man, there's another issue there. I don't know. That's basically what I had the conversation with him this morning. It was like, it's clear balance. It's just we're looking for looks outside of value, and then the recovery, and then the rotation through. And then we had like this incredibly clear node on ES that was like the basis for all of my trading today, which was just like, we're going to fill that that stacked imbalance and that LVN from Friday's session. Like, we're just trading in the node, the upper distribution from yesterday, or from Friday on ES. Like, that was pretty clear that that's what was happening. And it's like, okay, well, I'm not expecting the market to do much if all we're going to do is build in yesterday's value, right? Like, what am I going to short? What am I going to short? I can short like the POC to value of yesterday, I guess. Like, I could try taking shorts off of that. But like, until we show interest below this area, like what am I gonna do? I don't know. Just felt like we were developing out. I don't know. NQ price action today was absolute ass. But ES holding previous structure and then just building out that upper node for a secondary session is just like, okay, well, we don't want to go down, you know? It's like, if we want to hold the upper distribution from Friday, let it be. And we'll just rotate up the target. Another CIA app. I was having this conversation this weekend. It's like, my parents signed me up for, like, I feel like I got my fingerprints taken as a kid so early. Like, it was like at a school initiative of like, if you like lose your kid, you know. I was like going through all of our old files, and like very clearly, like, I got my fingerprints taken as a child from my school. It's like, that stuff's all gone, right? Like, someone clearly has those already. They had a lot of faith that I wasn't gonna, you know, commit murder later on. Or they just like snitched on me from day one, you know.
Yeah, don't touch any outdoor paintings, you know.
Like, just come on, man. Oh yeah, not an exciting session. That is for sure. Pretty miserable, but you know, it did do the thing in which we thought. And I think like a good lesson to be learned here is the understanding of why and where to take that short. That logic here saved, I think, at least saved me. Hopefully, it saved you as well of what we were watching for, of why I wasn't looking for a short here. I think that if you were going to take anything from today, it's the long at the lows that we were looking at for the reversion trade, and then the failure here, and why I didn't want to try this 95. Right? We were looking to see what happened as we pushed higher into that 415, 430 area. Because like if a trap was going to occur, I would have much rather have seen it happen up here into this upper distribution. I think that was like an incredibly important area to watch because of how lackluster this auction down here at 95s was, right? So it's like, okay, well, let's reference, like if we were going to come back up, I would expect that that sell would then happen as we pushed up into this node. Does that make sense? Right? It would happen into this. So when we don't see that absorption occur and we don't see that look back below, it's like, okay, well, I can't short here, right? Like our entries are either looking for a short here as we push back in for, with these highs as our stop to play this range for rotations back down, right? Just like this would have been a failure to maintain, or we look for the secondary, which is what I was talking about, is either we look above and then we see it, or we try here on the retest from a POC bounce, right? And then we would be able to play this down to value. But without it, it's like I can't short this edge without either like a very clear sweep and hold from order flow, or I have to look higher first to retest this edge. And I think being patient in areas like this where we're very stagnant and we have a mixed market is incredibly helpful to prevent you from taking bad trades. Like, what am I going to do? Get chopped up here in a 10-point range on NQ while we wait? No. We either trap up here and then we look back below, giving us our entry for the trade down, right? Or we'll wait for the POC test and then we look for the reoffer of our value edge and then the continuation down. It's okay to miss moves if it doesn't follow our plan. Stuff like that's like super important, especially when we're in like an overall trend up. It's just like why put yourself in a position where just because you didn't get your entry you wanted, you now are like looking for things because you're trying to chase or trying to find like a counter trend instead of just being like, okay, yeah, like I missed it. It sucks that I missed it. Now I've got to wait for something to actually like meet my variables. And if it doesn't, it doesn't, you know, sometimes that happens, especially in markets like today where nothing happens. And that's just like a flat Russell. It's a pretty garbage market where we just oscillate. But that's why I traded ES today. Nothing else to do. All right. Goodbye. Hopefully tomorrow's better. I mean, it can't be worse, surely, right?